Good morning. Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1FM, 990 AM, WEEB. Welcome back to the most listened to program in all of the Sand Hills. It is time once again for Mornings with the Leader Man. I am Steve Leader Adams, along with retired Marine Colonel Jeff Drummond from... did I get everything said right?
Yeah, that's good. Good morning, Moore County. Time to get out of the rack.
Yeah, really.
Rise and shine.
Don't forget, of course, this program being seen around the world on a live video stream. That's available right now to you at talk973.com. Top middle of the page of the homepage is where the link's located that will get you there. If you're on a mobile device, YouTube will do the work. Just put Mornings with the Leader Man in the search. And if you're just looking at audio, that's available at many streaming services such as TuneIn, iTunes, Streama. Let's see, there's a ton of them. So just put WEEB in the search and we should pop up at the top of your results. And as always, it's available off of our website at talk973.com. Upper right-hand corner of every page has an icon that says, on the air, listen live. Tap it once and you're listening that quick. It's going to be mostly sunny today. Last nice day for a while. Look for a high of 75 tonight. Clouds start to move in. May see an isolated shower in the morning. Look for a low of 53. Friday, cloudy showers developing. Look for a high of 67. Friday night, rain starts to taper off. We'll look for a low of 55 and back to sunshine on Saturday under partly cloudy skies with a high of 76. And for Sunday, 30% chance of getting wet, 80. Monday, we got a 70% chance of thunderstorms and 78. Tuesday, you see a theme here, 70-something every day? Mm-hmm. That means you know it's coming.
Yeah, rain, too. I was just starting to get used to some of these nice weather reports, and you start this again.
And all this work you've been saving up to do when it's not raining, you have to stuff it all in one day. Let's see. Anyway, right now around the Sand Hills, winds are calm. Visibility 10 statute miles. Pressure 30-39. Dew point 40. Humidity 79%. It's clear and 46 degrees here at Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. All right, it is 7:31, 31 past the hour on this Thursday morning. You always notice when you're watching the college basketball games and you have these guys that sit on the bench and never get to play. Only the stars get to play. The one and dones, meaning...
Come in and mop up. Right?
Yeah. You might get in with 40 seconds to go with a 40-point lead.
Yep.
That's about the only time you get to play. But, of course, they're the ones that play against the team during practice, which makes them the team a better thing.
Right.
So, anyway, we give our kudos out this morning to March Madness bench warmers.
And now, the unsung hero of the day.
Here's to you, Mr. Super Pumped third string bench player. Sure, you never play in the real games, and you're the first to jump up and high-five the star players. Some may mock you, but because of your help during practice, your team's in the tournament, and nobody can take that away. So go ahead and cheer your brains out. March Madness.
Once again, giving credit where little is given. That's our unsung hero of the day.
There you go.
Well, you got to have them out there. That's why these college football teams have 100-plus players, and same way with basketball, baseball.
Yeah, college teams have a lot of players that never even get to dress out.
That's right.
They just come to practice, take the hits, and play defense all day. Let's see, what else? Remember that movie, Rudy?
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
That's been a long time.
That was a pretty good indication of how it's done. And it was a true story. And he practiced so hard that all the teammates wanted him to be able to dress out for a game and get ahead, and so he could play out there.
Right.
And he got to play 2, including one where he tackled the guy. So, there you go. All right, and in our effort to help us all understand millennials, which is an art unto itself, we offered today's Millennial Moment.
And now, today's Millennial Moment.
My parents keep telling me if I live at home, I have to stop ordering food from DoorDash and Bite Squad. Okay, then let's see if you can bring dinner to my room faster than they do.
That was today's Millennial Moment.
Yeah, there you go. I can get your food to your room.
The GPS equivalent of Y2K is happening this Saturday. You got GPS equipment?
Oh, yeah.
Everybody does in their phone, but
Yeah.
GPS satellites are on a 10-digit code, which rolls over every 20 years or so. And the last time it happened was in 1999, but no one had GPS back then, like we have it now.
True. Yeah, there were a few out there.
Yeah, it might have been some police and stuff like that had it, but
Yeah.
anyway, so it could. Definitely the military had it.
Yeah.
So it could potentially be a big deal, but probably not. Unless you're using an old GPS system, you'll probably be okay. Here's a report that includes one of the architects of GPS.
If you're not prepared or have an older GPS device, expect a major headache. It's the GPS version of Y2K.
It is legitimate to be concerned.
Professor Brad Parkinson of Stanford is a retired U.S. Air Force colonel. He's best known as the lead architect and developer of GPS.
GPS affects everything we do. It affects banking, cell towers, airplanes, ships, passengers in cars.
We are completely reliant upon GPS.
Dana Goward is an expert. He says GPS works by sending out timing signals.
Essentially, all of the GPS satellites are just very, very, very precise clocks.
In that signal, a timestamp.
They start counting at 1.
Because the code is 10 digits, your device can only store so much before the counter rolls over and resets to 0.
It turns out it happens roughly every 20 years.
This rollover happened once before in 1999 with few problems. But this time, it's different. So many more people and businesses use GPS.
20 years ago, you did not have a GPS in your cell phone.
A rollover could throw off time, disrupt critical systems. Not to mention your GPS could act bizarre.
If you're driving your car and it were to suddenly say that you're in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, be suspicious.
Well, of course, there's been geospatial positioning devices for centuries. It's called a sextant.
Yeah. But you have to have a chart for that.
Well, no, yeah, but there's plenty of people still know how to use those.
No.
In fact, some of the old Navy Air Force bombers, etc., and the patrol craft for the Navy had a little dome along the top dorsal side of the fuselage, so that their navigator could get up there with a sextant and figure out where they were.
My father, who was a captain of his ship during World War II, he talked a lot about using the sextant.
Oh, yeah.
And
you have to know, if you're on a ship, if you're up on a Navy ship, merchant marine or whatever, I'm sure you have several people know how to use that device.
But isn't the GPS a whole lot simpler?
Yes. Until.
Is it? Maybe you know this, maybe you don't, or maybe you can't say, but my understanding is about the GPS is that the military controls it all.
Oh, that I don't know.
And that, the GPS that you and I have is accurate within 100 feet, roughly.
Yes.
Yeah. And the military's is accurate within a couple inches. And that's for potential wartime.
I suppose.
If the enemy's got their GPS, we want them to not know exactly where.
Well, that's why we're getting into this space command stuff, and the Chinese and the Russians are having killer satellites and things, because I'm sure they know which satellites to hit that will preclude that accuracy. You know, I can't comment on the specifics of the accuracy, but yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah. Well, that's the advantage the military has, but it's pretty good for us on the ground too. It's just not quite as precise as the military reading.
Well, I'll be honest. When I was a lieutenant candidate, we learned map reading 101, 1 to 50,000. And you can ask my wife when we're going to take a trip. I look at a map, I put it down, and I drive to where I'm going. I don't use GPS.
Yeah. Well, I do. I'm like you. I first come look it up on Google Maps and get it in my brain where I'm going and what roads I want to take.
I confess that I still have a book of maps in the back of my car somewhere. I haven't seen it for a while, but I look at it occasionally. If I'm taking a trip if it's a place I haven't been before, I take a look.
Yeah, I was coming back from my nephew's house a couple of weeks ago, and I went there on 210, Highway 210, and it kept trying to drive me back on, which one is it? 27.
Right.
And I said, I don't want to go 27. So I just stayed on 210 and 210.
Right.
And finally, it quit trying to shove me back to 27. But he said, up here, take a right. So I took a right. And lo and behold, I run into 27. I mean, I didn't want to be on 27 because there's no place to pass on 27.
Well, that's why I turn that off and I listen to books on Audible.
Audible books.
Yeah, something.
Yeah, there's nothing like you're driving along. Particularly does it on, what is it? What's that road that goes to Wilmington? Is that 73 or 4?
It's one of the 70s. Well,
maybe 74 going east. So you're going down that interstate, and all of a sudden it just says there's no road under you anymore.
The maps haven't caught up. That's another shortfall on these things. Yeah.
Let's see here. We'll save it. 2 cars in L.A. had an epic passive-aggressive standoff over a parking spot on Monday night. This, of course, it could only happen in L.A.
I don't know.
A black car was about to back into a parallel parking spot on a random street when a silver car tried to pull in.
Right, yeah.
And neither of them would back off. They would not end it even when another spot opened up down the street. A girl who lives across the street started documenting the whole thing on Twitter and went viral with people arguing over Team Black Car and Team Silver Car.
Yeah.
It lasted for 1.5 hours until the car in the front of the spot left and both cars pulled in.
Well, I'm sorry. Mr. Silver Car is wrong. That's not how you parallel park. And, common courtesy tells you to let the guy park. That's all there is to it. I've seen the same thing 100 times. And people
here's your report.
I just saw 2 cars kind of like in a stalemate. It was like 10 minutes later, I looked out my window and I noticed that they're still just sitting there completely idle.
Could you see the driver?
No, they're just like on their phone sitting there, like being patient. It was like a really beautiful display of patience.
Oh my God. No.
I heard some other guy in our apartment complex scream like, oh my God, kind of thing. And I'm so happy it was like a nice happy ending. It was so beautiful. I wish that they would have like gotten out and like said hi to each other or something. I think everybody kind of was hoping for that. Unexpected. Very dumb. If I'm honest, like this is very dumb. Like I'm viral for sitting and doing nothing for an hour and a half.
Nobody called 911, you noticed.
Yeah, don't get me started on traffic. I had one today, clown riding 10 miles an hour under the limit, and you can see him holding the phone.
Yeah.
Out there, and he's literally looking at the phone, talking to it as he's driving down the road, and he's, over on the lines.
Yeah.
And, where's a cop when you need one?
Yeah.
I have his license plate number. I better not give it out over the air, though.
I had one exactly like that over there on PD Road. And
it's probably the same guy.
Yeah. He was on his phone. You could tell his mind was only into that conversation because he'd go up to 35 and down to 15, up to 35 and weaving and everything else. And I finally, where was it? No, this was over there on Felton Capel Lane. Anyway, I got right up on him and just kind of did my own weaving, got his attention in the rearview mirror, and he pulled off and let the 16 cars behind him go on by.
Well, that's it. This guy's going down Airport Road. He's doing 35. It's 55 mile an hour.
Yeah.
And there's 8 cars, six cars behind him.
Yeah. They don't care. They're in their own bubble. Let's see. Talking about that parking space. You remember that drama scene on Seinfeld where George had an epic standoff with a random dude over a parking spot and neither would leave?
Oh, yeah.
What are you doing? I think I'm parking my car. You can't do that. You can't just sneak in from the back like that. I'm not sneaking. I didn't even know you were parking. You were just sitting there 3 spaces up. Well, if you didn't think I was parking, why did you put it in head first? Well, that's the way I park. Anyway, you didn't start backing in till I pulled in. I was in the middle of a conversation. Hey, buddy, what can I tell you? All right, the point is, I was here first. I was closer to this space than you were. But I'm backing in. You can't put it in head first. I can if I have room. Are you going to move the car? No, I'm not going to move the car.
Come on, we'll put it in the garage.
I am not putting it in the garage. It's my space.
You're not getting that space. I mean, I'll sleep in my car if I have to.
I'll die out here.
Seinfeld.
Yeah.
You ever eaten a Lunchable?
No. I've seen them, but I've never eaten one.
They've been around for 30 years. You never...
Has it been that long? Yeah. Well, I take that back. They might have put a Lunchable in a brown bag that they threw at me one day. I don't know.
Well, this week, Oscar Mayer announced a new version of the... for earlier in the day, it's called Brunchables.
Brunchables. Okay.
Yeah. Here's a commercial for it.
It's 1:45 on a Sunday and your tummy's growling. But breakfast is blah and lunch is lame. You need Brunchables. Developed at Oscar Mayer's Brooklyn headquarters, Brunchables is a fun new take on classic chow that kids love.
Eggs Benedict with fresh radicchio, kale, couscous, and salsa verde. And a pouch of mimosa.
Awesome. I got a Dutch pancake with eggs Roscoe, raisin fennel toast, grits, apple butter, and fair trade coffee.
Trade name for my frittata and caramelized grapefruit with mint.
If you add in some pro bono graphic design work.
Whoa!
My mom forgot to make us brunch because she's at kickball.
Try Brunchables Max. 2 exciting new varieties. Tropical Slam, sardine radish tapenade on a baguette, and a side of chorizo and pickled onion slaw. And Berry Berry Blast, homemade sorghum granola muesli with organic milk and elderberries.
The elderberries are locally grown.
Don't forget your mini cerveza. Scratch off the game piece on the bottom of your Brunchables to win bottomless Bloody Marys. And now in specially marked Brunchables, an independent cinema word jumble and a tiny New York Times.
From my brain to Paul Krugman's op-ed.
Brunchables from Oscar Mayer, Brooklyn. It's a tiny little plastic container, but it somehow still takes 3 hours to eat.
Yeah, couscous. Okay.
Let's see.
No kale in those Brunchables.
Huh?
No kale in those Brunchables.
Well, that's the first course. You know that, don't you? Roy Scovell, I guess is his name. He's a comedian. He talked about Lunchables and how that makes you feel.
I'm working on a new food series right now to complement the Lunchables. Shut up. Let me finish it. It's called Dinnerables and Breakfastables. So, oh, you hear that right there? That's the sound of everybody going, oh, I wish I thought of that. Y'all didn't. Y'all didn't. My point is you had to have the kids, send them to school with a real lunch or send them to school with a box inside a bag. People are like, what do you got in that bag? A box. What's in the box? Just some ingredients so I can kind of make some stuff. You know, I got some crackers here, just like the worst kind of crackers, not even saltines. I don't even want to tell you what I would do for a captain's wafer right now, but it's exactly what you just thought of. Then I got some turkey here, some cheese. I guess that's cheese, I don't know. My mom wanted me to just have some crappy hors d'oeuvres for lunch. Then Lunchables tried to spice up like, oh, we got mini pizzas. You want some uncooked cold pizza? We were like, what? Yes. Yes, I do. And then you open it up and you're like, no, this ain't it. This ain't it at all. This isn't even close to what I thought it would be. That's not marinara sauce. I can't melt the cheese. I don't have access to a microwave because I'm an elementary school student, okay?
There you go. Well, a lot of us spend a lot of time in convenience stores, evidently. For the 16th year in a row, Americans spent more at convenience stores last year than ever before. $654 billion to be exact, which is 9% more than a year earlier.
We're talking 7-Elevens and Kangaroo and things?
That type of thing. All right. Used to be you walked into a convenience store, there's one person there.
Oh, yeah.
Now you see three. Two of them are standing behind the counter doing nothing. But
well, no comment.
Supposed to be stocking shelves or helping customers. Doesn't happen too often. Here's the scene from Half Baked when they decide to grab some munchies.
What do you guys want? Get some sour cream and onion chips with some dip, man. Some beef jerky, some peanut butter. Get some Haagen-Dazs ice cream bars, a whole lot of hot. Make sure chocolate. Gotta have chocolate, man. Some popcorn, bread popcorn, graham crackers. Graham crackers is the marshmallows, the little marshmallows, and little chocolate bars, and we'll make some s'mores, man. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, yo. Also, celery, grape jelly, Captain Crunch with the little crunch berries. Pizzas. We need 2 big pizzas, man. Everything on them with water, whole lot of water, and Funyuns. That's it?
Yeah, the water's for the bong.
Captain Crunch. They still make Captain Crunch?
Oh, yeah.
I never liked Captain Crunch. I think I ate it one time when I was a kid.
What I don't like, which is like number 2 of the best sellers, is shredded wheat.
Oh, I used to love shredded wheat.
Oh, no. Do you smear sugar all over it?
Sometimes, I guess. Well, you can get it with sugar, cinnamon, and whatever. Brown sugar.
So you like eating straw, do you?
Yeah, well, you know, whatever Captain Crunch was made out of really tasted bad, if you ask me. I don't know.
All right, good news for today. A video of a 3-year-old explaining how the dinosaurs died is making the rounds online. People are impressed at how smart he is at such a young age.
Explosion. It killed most of the dinosaurs.
Was that a good thing or a bad thing?
A bad thing. It was real bad. Scientists also believe it created a big cloud of dust. It blocked the sun for months. But without sunlight, the plants died.
Oh, no.
So the dinosaurs that ate plants, they died.
And then once the dinosaurs that ate plants died, then what happened?
Oh, the meat for the carnivores, they died, and then the carnivores died.
Oh, wow. That's really bad, huh?
Right.
3 years old.
Yeah, where'd that dust cloud come from? It must have been from when AOC shook her head and all that dust flew out.
Yeah, she's got another Federal Elections Committee charge against her. Or best, you know.
Yeah,
she and that boyfriend raised a whole lot of money.
Oh, yeah.
With shell corporations and the like. Funneled the money where they wanted it to go. You raise it in the name of charity, and then you use it for a campaign.
Yeah, I think I just saw where somebody went to jail for doing that. Raised a whole bunch of GoFundMe money for some Some guy made up a story, took the money, $500,000.
No, that's taking money by false pretense.
Yeah. Well, anything AOC does would be a false pretense.
Well, Joe Biden self-kicked himself in the butt yesterday and basically said, I got to get into the millennial century here so I can know how to behave. Here's his apology. You see if it works.
I've never thought of politics as cold and antiseptic. I've always thought it about connecting with people, shaking hands, hands on the shoulder, a hug, encouragement. And now it's all about taking selfies together. Social norms have begun to change. They've shifted. And the boundaries of protecting personal space have been reset. And I get it. I hear what they're saying. I understand it. And I'll be much more mindful. That's my responsibility. And I'll meet it. But I'll always believe governing, quite frankly, life for that matter, is about connecting with people. That won't change, but I will be more mindful and respectful of people's personal space. And that's a good thing. I've worked my whole life to empower women. So the idea that I can adjust to the fact that personal space is important, more important than it's ever been, is just not thinkable. I will.
Okay. You forgive him?
Poor old Uncle Joe. Now the women still run out of the room when he shows up.
Yeah, no more kissing old ladies and rubbing noses and smelling hair.
Never want to. Yeah, sniffing. Okay, all right. He's a little too creepy.
Yeah,
he was creepy back in the day. People said that. 20 years ago when he was doing that, people.
Who was that congressman? It was I think it was the congressman that, and he was a Republican that was grabbing women in the hallway and French kissing them.
Yeah, I can't
remember that.
Yeah, he was kind of
and he was kind of forced out.
Well, yeah, that's creepy too. No kidding. I see. That's the.
That's an assault, is what that is. You're trading spit and.
Well,
Oh well. Here's an interesting thought. The women's NCAA tournament is going on too right now, and UConn is in the Final Four, but. Their coach created some controversy this week by saying most coaches are afraid of their players nowadays. You say, how so? Here's an explanation.
Coach Oriam has said he feels like a lot of coaches are afraid of players, and by that he means afraid that the players will either transfer and leave or that they may bring different charges against the coaches if the coaches say things that the players are upset about, and he said that has impacted how coaches deal with players.
Yeah, sure it has.
Yeah.
It's been that way for a long time.
You have to think too long about what you need to say in order to coach.
Well, Pence was taking some heat, and it doesn't matter which way it happens. Pence said he would never have a meeting with a female alone.
Right.
He'd always have somebody else in the room.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, the feminists, well, you're not taking women. It's a no-win situation because somebody can walk in there and then turn around and walk out and make a complaint. But it's been that way for a long time.
One of the first men I worked for. He raised a very moral family, and he's about very upstanding businessman. And when he went to lunch and there was a female there, he'd always invite his wife to come, and because he didn't want anybody in the community who knew him thinking the wrong thing.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, there's a female at my table, and I'm not married to her, but the one I am married to is sitting right next to me.
Yes, certainly. I've done it. Hey, back in the 80s, when I was counseling people, I'd have a female in, and I had my senior female staff NCO, hey, Gunny, come here, stand right by that door while we go through this.
Yeah.
And I never had any problems. The guy that came in behind me I had an issue with one female, and I won't go into it, but Had some problems with her.
Well,
counselor, make her sign twice, and do all the proper counseling sheets, etc. And always had the gunny, my female gunny, in there, and then she would take her out, and she'd counsel her some more and give her some more. Hey, you're giving women in the Marine Corps a bad name doing what you're doing. Knock it off. Mm-hmm. Well, my successor comes in. He doesn't do that, and he reads her the riot act. And
he gets hauled up on charges.
Oh, yeah. He was subject of an Article 32, which is a grand jury investigation. Racial stuff, sexual stuff, sexual assault, all this stuff, just because he sat her down and said, hey, knock off your whatever it is you're doing.
Right. All right, well.
That was the 80s.
You've been warned.
Mm-hmm.
A woman on a New York...
Good morning. Another beautiful and sunny afternoon in the forecast today, but we are starting the morning with a little bit more cloud cover. That clears out and allows us to warm into the low to mid-70s for highs this afternoon. Tonight, increasing cloud cover once again, keeping temperatures milder with lows in the lower 50s, but the chance of rain returns tomorrow. A messy day with rain moving in during the mid-morning and midday hours and highs in the low to upper 60s. I'm meteorologist Kat Campbell in the Weather Center.
Broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sand Hills, 97.3 FM, 104.1FM, and 990 AM, WEEB, Southern Pines, Pinehurst, Aberdeen.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Bob Agnew in Washington. No comment so far from Boeing after a preliminary report found that the crew of the Ethiopian Airlines jet that crashed last month performed all the procedures recommended by Boeing but could not control the plane.
It is recommended that the aircraft flight control system related to the flight controllability shall be reviewed by the manufacturer.
Boeing is declining to comment pending its own review of that report. Senate Republicans have approved a rules change that will make it easier to approve non-cabinet level Trump nominations.
Majority Leader Mitch McConnell accusing Democrats of a concerted effort to block the president's nominees.
Just because they wish our president were not our president.
The rule change drastically cuts debate time for most executive nominees and lower-level district court judges. Minority Leader Chuck Schumer.
What Leader McConnell, President Trump, and Republicans in the Senate are trying to do is use the courts to adopt a far-right agenda that Republicans know they cannot enact through the legislative process.
Schumer calling 2 hours of debate on a lifetime appointment unacceptable.
That's Capitol Hill correspondent Wally Hines reporting. U.S. mortgage applications hit a 2.5-year high.
The Mortgage Bankers Association says the surge was led by an increase in refinancing activity as some home borrowing costs declined to their lowest levels in more than a year. The Washington-based group's seasonally adjusted index on requests for loans to buy a home or refinance a mortgage increased 18.6% to 503.6 in the week ending March 29th. Interest rates on 30-year conforming mortgages averaged 4.36%, the lowest since January 2018.
That is correspondent Jeremy House. After a winning session on Wall Street, when the Dow was up 39 points, could be a struggle to start today. Right now, Dow futures are flat. NASDAQ futures down by about 15. S&P 500 futures up by 2 points. More from townhall.com.
The following is not an actor, but a real-life story from Trinity Debt Management.
I was finishing undergrad and got credit cards because I couldn't work full-time. So that started the credit card journey for me.
If you're in debt and you need help, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976.
And then when I got married, we combined our credit card debt, and it became impossible to pay off on our own. At that point, I was like, I don't know where to turn. And then I found Trinity.
Trinity will consolidate your accounts into one easy-to-manage monthly payment, reduce your interest, and possibly improve your credit score. You'll save thousands.
I initially was scared to call, and immediately I felt relief. I mean, in a matter of 3 years, we've already paid down $20,000 in credit card debt, which is huge.
Call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976. That's 1-800-990-6976.
Correspondent Jackie Quinn reports security experts have detected another breach of Facebook users' records.
Researchers from the firm UpGuard reported that user data, including names and passwords, from 2 different Facebook apps were stored publicly on Amazon Cloud Services. They include information from an old app named At the Pool. Facebook says the databases owned by a Mexican media company have been taken down, and the public storage violated Facebook's rules.
That is correspondent Jackie Quinn. Afghan provincial officials are reporting a bold attack by the Taliban on a government compound. It happened in western Badghis province and left at least 20 troops and policemen dead. It's being described as a massive attack that took place before dawn, targeting the government headquarters in that district, and the Taliban stormed all the security posts around the compound under the cover of darkness. Breaking news and analysis at townhall.com. President Trump has taken steps to stem the trafficking of counterfeit goods. Here's White House correspondent Greg Clugston.
The president has signed a presidential memorandum aimed at stopping the sale of counterfeit products on sites like Amazon, eBay, and China's e-commerce leader Alibaba. The White House Trade Council says that last year, when Government Accountability Office investigators bought brand-name goods from popular consumer websites, more than 40% turned out to be counterfeit. Greg Clugston, the White House.
An influential House Democrat has formally requested 6 years' worth of President Trump's tax returns. Ways and Means Committee Chairman Richard Neal telling the IRS his committee needs those returns to determine if the agency is following its policy of auditing the returns of all sitting presidents and vice presidents. The request is sure to touch off a very serious legal battle. More details at townhall.com. From Washington, I'm Bob Agnew.
It's the Deep River Sporting Clays and Shooting School's 20th anniversary Southern Side-by-Side Spring Classic, Friday, April 26th through Sunday the 28th in Sanford. Here's Bill Kempfer.
Bring the family out to experience the tradition of double guns at the Southern Side-by-Side Championship, an exhibition to be held on our grounds where you can see the largest display of shotguns of all types from all over the world. Browse through fine art, apparel, and accessories. Watch the competition or try your hand at one of our many shooting events. Everyone is welcome, and there is no gate fee.
The Southern Side-by-Side Classic, Friday, April 26th through Sunday the 28th at Deep River Sporting Clays and Shooting School. Go to deepriver.net and click on Southern Side-by-Side. The Southern Side-by-Side 20th anniversary. US 1, exit 78, north of Sanford. Jump into the fire at Brick's Woodfire Pizza at the Kohl's Shopping Center and check out the new menu. In addition to the great selection of wood-fired pizzas, Brick's now has wood-fired wings in 3 flavors, delicious soups, pastas, salads, and sandwiches, all made fresh daily. Brick's Pizza now serves Sunday brunch from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. with your choice of 6 menu items and all bottles of wine Sundays at half price. Jump into the fire at Brick's Woodfire Pizza, Kohl's Shopping Center, Southern Pines. Open every day at 11 a.m.
You can jump into the fire.
Aberdeen Prescription Shop is one of the best independent pharmacies. Despite the chain stores, customers prefer Aberdeen Prescription Shop for its personal service, drive-through window, and free delivery. All major insurance is accepted, including TRICARE. Order your prescriptions online at AberdeenRxShop.com or call 944-1313, 944-1313, or visit the Town and Country Shopping Center on US 1. Aberdeen Prescription Shop.
Just what the doctor ordered.
Hey, this is Steve Weeder Adams. You know, for many years, I've had arthritis in my right shoulder. I was at the point that surgery was the only option. Then I discovered pressure wave therapy, available at Wright Chiropractic in 7 Lakes. Pressure wave therapy is a machine that concentrates pulses of pressure waves into your joint at a rate of 2,000 pulses per minute. The treatment is non-invasive and there is no downtime. Pressure waves help your body restore blood flow to your damaged joints and can even remove bone spurs and works on almost any joint in the body, including knees, hips, feet, and elbows. I've gone to only being able to raise my arms from 90 degrees to a full 360-degree motion. You can live pain-free, too, without going under a surgeon's knife. Give Dr. Sharon Wright a call at Wright Chiropractic in 7 Lakes. 910-673-2225. That's 910-673-2225.
NCN News. I'm Mike Riley. A preliminary report has been released on the Ethiopian Airlines crash, which claimed 157 lives last month. CBS's Chris Van Cleve at Washington Reagan National Airport this morning says initial findings show flight sensors on the plane were not damaged, and there is other key information, too.
Ethiopian Airlines says the report will clearly show its pilots followed all of the emergency procedures, but there are also clearly lingering questions.
Top Republican lawmakers are weighing in about the federal indictments of major political donor and GOP party chairman. State Senate leader Phil Berger was asked about whether he is aware of contributions from Greg Lindbergh.
My understanding is that the Senate caucus has not received any contributions from Mr. Lindbergh. I have been in less than 5 meetings that he was present in.
A special panel would recommend how to retool North Carolina's state employee health insurance plan and prevent State Treasurer Dale Folwell from implementing pricing changes. The measure on the health plan, which also covers teachers, retirees, and other family members, now goes to the Senate. A woman was killed and her husband was hospitalized after they were both shot Wednesday night inside their home in North Charlotte. Police identify the woman as 71-year-old Santa Acevedo. No arrests have been made. Meanwhile, Charlotte-Mecklenburg police say compared to the first quarter in 2018, the first 3 months of 2019 saw violent crime jumping 11%. Chief Kerr Putney.
Truly, it's about humanity. It's a human issue. And you see people who don't value human life. Unfortunately, that is not something that police can inject themselves into. Police
have arrested 2 men after a shooting outside the Durham courthouse. Durham police say in a news release that 29-year-old Equan Strader and 25-year-old Jordan Armand Terrell are each charged with assault with a deadly weapon with intent to kill. You're listening to NCN News.
Ready, set, fish. On May 4th in Morehead City, anglers of all ages will cast their lines for a great cause in the 11th annual Reelin' for Research Fishing Tournament, benefiting UNC Children's Hospital and Pediatric Cancer Research. Reelin' for Research has raised $3 million to date, and we're setting the bar high for 2019. There are plenty of offshore and inshore activities that help our mission, so the whole family can join. To learn more about Reelin' for Research or to donate, please visit reelin4research.org. Help us land a cure for childhood cancer.
Welcome back to No Brainer. Gary.
I'll take cars and trucks.
What's the best way to protect your engine from gum, varnish, and corrosion?
Sta-Bil 360.
Gasoline with ethanol can go bad in as little as blank.
30 days?
Using Sta-Bil 360 ethanol treatment year-round is what?
Is it a no-brainer?
It is. You win peace of mind, Gary.
Awesome. Can I have money?
Sta-Bil 360. It's a no-brainer. Available where fuel additives are sold.
North Carolina House Republicans have pushed through legislation requiring all county sheriffs to cooperate with federal immigration agents, particularly by complying with written requests to hold defendants. The House voted 63-51 on Wednesday to force sheriffs to fulfill immigration and customs enforcement detainer requests. Former Vice President Joe Biden issuing a new response on the allegations that he inappropriately touched women continues to grow. The response came via Twitter, and Biden is promising to be more mindful of his actions.
DJ Hill says at a photo op in 2012, Biden moved his hand from her shoulder, down her back, and to her waist.
I was in shock.
She says the former vice president still has work to do.
It wasn't actually an apology, if you listen closely. But he kept saying he gets it, he gets it. For me, it's words, but it's also actions.
On Wednesday, President Trump was asked if Biden should apologize.
No, he's going to make his own decisions. He's very capable of making a decision.
He also wished the former vice president good luck.
Charlotte-Mecklenburg police confirmed Wednesday that the body recovered over the weekend from Lake Wiley is missing Charlotte mother, Vatsla Watkins. No foul play is suspected in her death. A mobile phone company is closing down a cell tower on the campus of a California elementary school.
I'm Gary Nunn. Sprint has shut down the cell phone tower after parents said it may be linked to several cases of cancer in students. One parent's son was diagnosed with kidney cancer.
My son lost all of his hair. It's not something that I wish on anybody to watch their child go through what our children have gone through.
Parents hired an investigator who found unusually high levels of radio frequency radiation. The school district hired experts who found no threat to student safety. Sprint says the tower is safe and has agreed to move it to another location. Gary Nunn, CBS News.
Mike Rayleigh, NCN News.
Good morning. Partly sunny skies in the forecast early today, becoming mostly sunny by the afternoon with highs warming back into the low to mid 70s today. A beautiful day today, but we will start to see increasing cloud cover tonight. Lows in the lower 50s, so milder tonight, but have your umbrella again tomorrow. A messy day in the forecast tomorrow with rain moving in during the mid-morning and midday hours. Heavy at times with highs in the low to upper 60s. I'm meteorologist Kat Campbell in the Weather Center.
Right now, here in the Sand Hills area, sunny and 48 degrees, humidity 83%, 2.43 pressures, 30-39, winds calm, visibility at 10 statute miles. 8:13. Let's take a look at your Sand Hills news for this Thursday morning. The Aberdeen Police Department is investigating a shooting that happened Wednesday night. Emergency responders were called in around 11:15 last night into the 200 block of Victory Lane off of Midway Road for a reported shooting incident. While law enforcement and EMS units were still en route to the scene, they were notified that the victim was being transported by a private vehicle to the hospital. Units from the Aberdeen Police Department responded to the area of the shooting, as well as sending officers to the emergency room at the hospital. According to the Aberdeen Police, one male victim had reportedly been struck by gunfire. Officers located 4 shell casings in the roadway in front of 224 Victory Lane. The police also stated that the house at the address had been struck 1 or more times by gunfire. Victory Lane was blocked in both directions during this investigation. As of this moment, the police could only confirm that it was a male victim that had been shot. However, they did not know the condition of the person at this time or the name. The chief stated that officers and detectives were at the hospital working to obtain any possible additional information. And the Board of Advisors of the Moore County Community Foundation is currently accepting grant applications from area nonprofits that serve general needs in the community. Funds are available for nonprofit organizations that serve general community needs in Moore County. Grants will be awarded from the Community Grant Making Fund. Applications are available online beginning tomorrow. You can visit ncommunityfoundation.org for information about applying. Deadline for our applications is noon on May 7th. That's your latest Sand Hills news this morning. But stand by. Here comes all your latest in sports. Right here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. It is 8:16.
NCN Sports, I'm Josh Zach. Kemba Walker scored 21 of his 32 points in the fourth quarter, and the Hornets kept alive their slim, very slim, playoff hopes with a 115-109 victory over New Orleans. Head coach James Borrego, after the game, talked about Kemba Walker's late surge.
Look, I think he's been in this position for so long. You know, I think over his career, he's just become comfortable in the fourth quarters. He's had to. You know, for whatever reason, we could go down the list of reasons why, but he's been the fourth quarter closer here, and he's very comfortable in those moments. And you just feel like, you know, every shot in the fourth quarter for him is going to go in. You just feel that way. He's got that clutch gene or confidence that you can't really teach.
North Carolina freshman Kobe White is entering the NBA draft. White's the second Tar Heel this week to announce he's leaving Chapel Hill. On Monday, fellow freshman Nasir Little said he's planning to enter the draft. It's unclear if either have signed with an agent. Duke teammates R.J. Barrett and Zion Williamson were among 10 players named to the John R. Wooden All-Star American team yesterday, which represents the top vote-getters to earn college basketball's Player of the Year honor. Also named to the team yesterday was Michigan State's Cassius Winston. He led the Spartans in their upset of the overall top-seeded Blue Devils last weekend. Carolina made a case that they belong in the NHL playoffs the other night when they beat the Toronto Maple Leafs 4-1 in Toronto. Tonight, they're in action against the New Jersey Devils. They stink. Head coach Rod Brindamore.
The heat's on, but I think I love it because I said it earlier. I got a group of guys in there that I really care for and proud of. Like they give you everything they have. We're not the most talented for sure, but we just come to play, and that's all I think any coach would ever want.
With one Canes win and a Montreal loss, Carolina will lock in their first trip to this postseason in 10 years. This is NCN Sports.
Where are the leaders of tomorrow shaped and molded? They're shaped on the courts, fields, mats, and tracks of the North Carolina High School Athletic Association. The NCHSAA is our 417-member schools, impacting communities across the state of North Carolina. From Murphy to Manteo, the NCHSAA is coaches, administrators, and officials working tirelessly to invest in the next generation of leaders for our great state. Who are we? We are high school. We are the NCHSAA.
The new FN 509 midsize 9mm pistol is now part of FN's legendary concealed carry lineup, and it is a natural fit. With its smaller grip frame modeled after the battle-proven million rounds tested FN 509, the FN 509 midsize comes with two 15-round magazines and naturally improves concealability. Available at your local firearms dealer. FN, the world's most battle-proven firearms.
NBA action last night. The Denver Nuggets put together a lopsided victory as they try to catch Golden State for the top seed in the NBA Western Conference. They thrashed the Spurs 113-85. Elsewhere, the Magic 114-100 over New York. The outcome puts the Magic in a tie with Brooklyn for the last two Eastern Conference playoff spots, a half game behind Detroit and a half game ahead of Miami. The Rockets rolled to a 135-103 pounding of the Clippers, and the Trailblazers romped the Grizzlies 116-89. 118-97 the final as Utah picked up their 11th win in 12 games. They beat the Suns. The Pacers dumped the Pistons 108-89. The Celtics topped Miami 112-102. Atlanta prevented Philly from clinching the third seed in the East 130-122. The Timberwolves turned back a rally by Dallas, and the Bulls snapped a 6-game slump. They beat the Wizards. Josh, Zach, NCN Sports.
The scripture says, let no one despise your youth. So if you're against 16-year-olds voting, are you despising youth? Hi, this is Dave Zanotti. Let's talk about it today on the Public Square. When the United States Senate passed a report along accompanying the 26th Amendment, they explained there were three reasons for lowering the voting age. The first was that younger citizens are fully mature enough to vote. The second is that they bear all or most of adults' responsibilities. And third, that allowing them to vote would permit them to influence our society in a peaceful and constructive manner. Those were the conditions, or in essence, the environment of the 1970 debate in the Vietnam War era. So I was there. I remember. I was actually politically active in 1970, so much so that, well, there's just a record, let's just say. When the shootings, tragic shootings happened at Kent State, I wasn't terribly far away, and I knew people that were highly engaged in that movement. I was aware and I was involved, and my generation was the first generation to benefit from voting at the age of 18. But I have a confession to make. My mindset from that moment to the time I was 22 changed dramatically. The politics that I held growing up in school and in high school changed significantly when I began to study in college and on my own. When I began to deeply research the founding of America, the concepts of our economy, and the more that I studied and the more that I grew and I got married and I got more jobs, the more that I began to see things differently. The votes that I cast at 22 were dramatically different than those I would have cast when I was still in high school or just graduating. Now, my point is there a concept of maturity that takes time? Something to think about. This is Dave Zanotti on the Public Square. If you're turning 65 soon or just moved to the area, you need to learn about First Medicare Direct from First Carolina Care Insurance Company, a wholly owned subsidiary of First Health of the Carolinas. First Medicare Direct offers more benefits than original Medicare. It includes a fitness membership at low or no additional cost and Part D prescription coverage, eliminating the need to have another prescription plan. You get personal local service, and the plan is available in Moore, Lee, Chatham, Montgomery, Hoke, Scotland, and Richmond counties. Premiums starting as low as $0 per month. Join the thousands in the Sandhills region who have chosen First Medicare Direct. Attend a free information session at 10 a.m. on Wednesday, April 10th in the Monroe Auditorium at First Health Moore Regional Hospital. For more information, call 877-279-1732 or visit firstmedicare.com.
We are available for phone calls from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Eastern 7 days a week, except Thanksgiving and Christmas. From October 1st through March 31st, and Monday through Friday, except holidays. From April 1st through September 30th. First Carolina Care Insurance Company complies with federal civil rights laws and does not discriminate on the basis of race, color, national origin, age, disability, or sex. A salesperson will be present with information and applications. For accommodation of persons with special needs at sales meetings, call 1-877-279-1732.
At Sand Hills Collision Center in Seven Lakes, we proudly serve all your automotive repair, auto body restoration, and collision repair needs. With our brand new state-of-the-art Chief straightening system and eco-friendly AmeriCure paint booth, you can rest assured that your vehicle, boat, or RV will receive top-notch repair and flawless paint jobs. And for all you aviators, we do aircraft body repair too. Sand Hills Collision Repair Center is veteran-owned and offers a 5% discount to our military family. We give free estimate and accept all insurance and self-pay. All our ATECs will provide superior customer service from start to finish because we are committed to quality and prompt expert service. Bring your automobile, boat, or RV by today for a free quote at 135 Villageview Drive in Seven Lakes. That's just 2 minutes from the Food Lion on Seven Lakes Drive. Or call us at 910-673-AUTO. That's 673-AUTO. Sand Hills Collision Center, because you deserve the best.
Serving more people, more places, 24/7. If your AC breaks down, we'll restore your indoor heaven. Installation or repair, one call will be there. It's your family, don't delay. Comfort's just a call away. We're Comfort Services. Comfort Services.
Come to Comfort Services in Aberdeen to get a free estimate on a new Carrier system or heat pump, and you may qualify for a rebate up to $2,000 from Carrier. Get in on the savings and purchase a qualifying heating or cooling product before the Cool Cash rebate ends June 30th. You may also qualify for financing options as well. Stop into Comfort Services on Highway 5 next to the Habitat store in Aberdeen, or call 910-695-2665. Carrier and Comfort Services, a great team.
Comfort's just a call away. Comfort Services.
Hello, I'm John Zumwalt, and you're in the Zumwalt Zone. I'd like to talk to you about miracles. I've seen several. I'd like to share one with you that's so simple, you'll simply say, that was no miracle. I don't have time to go into details, but I was in the Army and going through a training exercise that I needed to pass. It involved a 10-mile rucksack march. We started around 2 in the morning. The instructors released us a few at a time. We were going down a trail in the woods at Fort Benning, Georgia. I got about 5 miles into this thing and became hungry. Not just hungry, weak with hunger. I needed something to give me some energy. You ever have that happen to you? I said a prayer. I literally said, Lord, I know this is ridiculous, but I've got a problem. Can you please help me? I'm so hungry, I'm weak. Well, I went about another 15 minutes, and I saw one of our guys on the side of the trail with his rucksack off, digging through it. He said to me, I don't think I'm going to make it in time. I'm getting rid of weight. Do you want this big bag of lemon drops? I was like, dang, I should have asked for a cheeseburger and a milkshake. Not a miracle, you say? Go hang out on the trail in the middle of nowhere at 3 a.m. for the next 100 years. Tell me how many people come along and offer you some food. I tell you what, there's no doubt in my mind. I'm absolutely positive it was a miracle as a result of my little prayer in the Zoom zone.
Good morning. Another beautiful and sunny afternoon in the forecast today, but we are starting the morning with a little bit more cloud cover. That clears out and allows us to warm into the low to mid 70s for highs this afternoon. Tonight, increasing cloud cover once again, keeping temperatures milder with lows in the lower 50s, but the chance of rain returns tomorrow. A messy day with rain moving in during the mid-morning and midday hours and highs in the low to upper 60s. I'm meteorologist Kat Campbell in the Weather Center.
And now, the Sandhills #1 morning show. Mornings with the leader man. Here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. And heard and seen around the world at talk973.com.
The best part of waking up is waking up with us.
What day of the week is it?
Oddly thrilling.
It's thrilling.
Thursday. Thrilling. Thrilling. Thursday.
Thrilling subject.
You don't sound thrilled about it.
All right, fine. I'm thrilled. Okay, thrilled.
Oh, great. It's just
Thursday.
Thursday is more than just another Thursday.
All right, then. Come on, thrill me, children. Showtime.
Good morning, Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. Welcome back to the most listened to program in all of the Sandhills. It is Mornings with the Leader Man. I am Steve Leader Adams. And don't forget, of course, this program is being seen around the world on a live video stream. That's available to you now at talk973.com. Top middle of the page is where the link's located. If you're on your mobile device, YouTube will do the work there for you. Just put Mornings with the Leader Man into your search. And if you're on your mobile device just needing our audio stream, that's easy to get. Many streaming services will work, like TuneIn, iTunes, Streamer. Just put WEEB in the search. You can get it with Alexa and Google Assist also. Anyway, get it that way or get it off of our website anytime, 24/7, 365 at talk973.com. Upper right-hand corner of every page has a link, that a little icon that says on the air, listen live. Click that once and you're listening just that quick. Weather for us today here in the Sandhills, sunshine all day and 75. You can tell summer's approaching rapidly. Then tonight, partly cloudy. Slight chance of a shower, low of 53. The bulk of the showers will be tomorrow under cloudy skies, high of 67. Of the 3/4 of an inch possible. And tomorrow night, the rain starts to taper off. We'll go mostly cloudy, though, a low of 55. Saturday, back to sunshine and 76. And around out the weekend, Sunday, partly cloudy. 30% chance of scattered showers, high of 80. Right now around the Sandhills, winds are calm, visibility 10 statute miles. Pressure is 30-39, dew point 43. Humidity at 83%. It's sunny and 40. Let's see, let's update that. Check at the airport. It's still 48 degrees here at Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. All right, it is 8:29 past the hour. Coming soon, of course, the Festival de Avion out of the airport is going to take place. In the studio, I got two gentlemen connected with that. Of course, the one putting it on, Dave Droshak, is here. And Ron Manus, who, of course, is the airport manager, is also in the studio. Good morning, guys. How are you doing this morning?
Good morning, Steve.
Good morning, Steve.
Let's start with you, Dave. The Festival de Avion coming. Tell us the dates, time, place, what people can see.
Sure. First of all, thanks, Steve, for allowing us this platform to inform your listeners on what's going on next weekend. So April 12th and 13th, Friday evening, all day Saturday, out at the Moore County Airport is the Festival de Avion, the second annual Festival de Avion. Celebrate all 5 branches of our military, and it's going into our second year. First of all, next to me is Ron Manus, the airport manager. I can't thank Ron and his staff enough for this. We got started talking about this, I guess, more than 2 years ago, Ron, with the board out at the airport, and it was it went from how can we increase in a visibility of our open house at the airport and make something special. So we kind of put our heads together and came up with this idea of helping celebrate, the men and women who fight for our country, and how do we create an event that's interesting and for the patrons to come out and have some fun. So last year we kind of threw it together real quickly, Ron, and we were surprised by the success and the response of the crowd coming out. And this year it's just we've kind of been blown away and humbled by the sponsorship level and the interest going into year 2. So Friday evening, the gates open, the general admission gates open at 5 p.m. For our concert, which will start at 7. A Eagles tribute band out of Charlotte called On the Border. They're supposed to be fabulous. If anybody's heard of this band or listened to this band previously, they're really gonna have some fun with the Eagles music. So the concert starts at 7. So between 5 and 7, there'll be food trucks available at the airport. So come on out and eat. We encourage that. There'll be beer, liquor, wine. And so there's everything you would possibly need. The kids zone's going to be open, so if parents can scrap the babysitter, bring the kids out, listen to some music, put the kids in the kids zone, and have some fun for a couple hours. So
you tell the kids to go play with the airplanes. You're going to be in the adult zone.
Exactly right. And then Saturday, we kind of morph into the 9 a.m. gates are opening, and the show starts at 9 and runs till 6. We encourage people. Last year, we had kind of a surprise of the military flying out. Was kind of a gathering of the folks who were still there. Was one of the cooler things of the show. So this year we're kind of promoting between 4 and 6. There's going to be the fly out of the military and the other planes. They're going to be in the show. So if you're thinking about come out early in the morning, if you want to go home and come on back out, just bring your ticket and you can do that.
Ticket's good all weekend.
Tickets good all weekend, and you can still buy tickets at Harris Teeter's for $15 a piece, and there are several other local outlets, or you can go online at festivaldavon.com if you don't want to wander out and just get them online. And there are several different options of tickets on there. You can buy an upgraded package. You can buy concert seats. There's still some tickets available for our VIP reception on Friday evening, which is a sponsor event. And one of the things that is interesting we have an honorary chairwoman this year, Cheryl Stearns, who is a unbelievable athlete. She's got the world record for 23,000 skydiving jumps. She's going to be jumping in Friday.
What's she do in the afternoons?
Yeah, well, I called her the other day, and I said, "How you doing?" She says, "Well, I jumped 3 times today, and I just rode 15 miles on my bicycle." So I said, "You're crazy." And she's 63, so she's got one up on all of us. She's going to be jumping in on Friday evening, right at the start of the concert, and then she's jumping again on Saturday at 11 o'clock for the opening ceremonies. We'll have 3 other skydiving jumps on Saturday. So we got tons of stuff going on. So please come on out, the community. This is a community event. We want the community to support our event. And Ron's going to talk a little bit about what's going on at the airport. It's an exciting time for this community, and we all know how this community is really growing.
Yeah, Steve, several events going on. We'll have open cockpit biplane rides, helicopter rides, as Dave mentioned, skydiving during the day. The Army, and we'll have some simulators there for people to participate in. And this is like Dave is saying, this is a huge event for the community. The airport here, as I mentioned to you earlier, is has a significant economic impact here in the community. But beyond that, we want our people here in Moore County to appreciate the airport and to come out and experience what the airport's all about. So we invite them to come out. We estimated over 5,000 last year. We'd like to see that double this year.
Mm-hmm. Well, I know that the airport had an issue with the drainage, or
exactly? Yes, sir. We just are wrapping up a $1.4 million project to correct some stormwater drain issues at the airport underneath the runways and taxiways. That's being completed. We're instigating a new master plan for the airport, and the matching funds, as I mentioned to you, that's about almost $2 million in terms of grant monies, and of course 10% of that the airport matches, and we did that with our operating revenues without costing the taxpayers any money here in Moore County, which is a good thing. We work really
what a surprise you could actually be done without dipping in my pocket.
Well, that's
what a concept. Now if we could get our school board and commissioners to think in that vein.
Well, it's really important that we manage that airport properly in terms of fuel sales, hangar rentals. We have 104 airplanes here, based here in this county, and they're paying property taxes right to the county coffers, which is a good thing. But beyond that, we try to manage our fuel sales, our hangar rentals, and all the operating revenues that we get to minimize the impact on the Moore County taxpayer, and we've been very successful in that vein.
Well, how important is the Festival de Avion to the airport?
It's mainly exposure for the community, for the community to come out and see their airport, to participate in the activities that are there, to let them know what the airport's kind of all about. We do several events every year beyond the festival. We do a Young Eagles event. The Experimental Aircraft Association puts that on twice a year. The pilots donate the airplanes, and the airport pays for the fuel, and we give free airplane rides for young people 7 to 17. We do it. Another neat event that we have is at Halloween we do what we call a trunk or treat. We bring airplanes out, we dress them up in Halloween garb, and their pilots in Halloween garb, and we furnish candy, for the young people in the community. We open Halloween Day from 3 to 6. This last year we had 800 children come out and participate. Wow. Just a lot of fun. So these kinds of things in terms of letting our community know about the airport. You know, Steve, when they relocated Highway 22, you used to drive by the airport in hundreds of cars every day, but since that airport road's been changed and Highway 22 changed, you kind of see the sign there, but you don't really get a view of the airport. And we think it's really important for the citizens in our community to enjoy their airport and know it's there and what it's doing for the community.
And Steve, this is a huge. I didn't know Colonel Jeff smiles on their faces in the military all the time. So, you know, we can't thank the military enough for their cooperation with this event. Without them, we really couldn't put it on. So, our hats off to them. And military can actually go online for I think it's $15 this year. You can a family of 4 can pay a total of $15 if you're military or retired military, and get into the event. So that's an unbelievable price, but those tickets are only available online.
And also to add to that, all of our first responders here in Moore County in uniform get in for free. So we're excited about that. You know, the thrill of a young person. I was born and raised here, Moore County. Took my first airplane ride when I was a young boy here at the airport. 10 years in the Air Force, airlines after that, and now I'm back as a manager, and it's a special, special place in my heart. And we love to see young people come out, and you just never know where that seed's being planted for a future aviator. And so we enjoy having the visitors here from our community.
Well, we're talking with Ron Manus, who is the airport manager here in Moore County, and also Dave Droshak, who is putting on the Festival d'Avion. One thing that I know that the FAA has really upped the requirements for pilots as far as the flying hours they must have in order to become an airline pilot. To almost, 12,000 hours is something ridiculous.
To have what's called an air transport pilot rating, ATP, you have to have a minimum of 1,500 hours. 1,500. And I'll tell you, Steve, the airlines are facing a tremendous shortage.
Yeah, we're going to have a real shortage of pilots and a whole lot of planes without pilots.
Absolutely. One of the things that we're working with as community college to promote aviation, they are offering 4 aviation courses there on the academic side, and we offer through Total Flight Solutions at the airport actual flight training in the aircraft to allow people to get their private license, commercial license, certified flight instructor license. That's kind
Speaking of that, how long does it take a person to go through the course at a good clip and get the flight hours they got to have in order to get a personal license?
It depends on the availability of the person and the instructors. You can do it. Well, honestly, I remember I was in Chapel Hill during the Vietnam War, and the Air Force gave us flight training. I got my private license in 13 days. That's pretty unusual. Normally, it'll take 2 or 3 months. We like to see students have continuity. In other words, don't have one lesson 1 month and another lesson another month. If you've got the finances available to do it, we'd like to see them do it in as short a period of time.
What's the realistic cost to get one?
It's probably around $5,000 to $6,000 total. Now, let me just share with you, the airport authority has been very aggressive in helping students pay for their flight time. So we're supplementing $25 an hour for the first 10 hours that a student flies to help them defer those costs, which is huge.
All right. Well, anything else we need to know about this?
Yeah, it's raining tomorrow, and I looked at the forecast, and it's supposed to be beautiful next weekend. So there's no excuse not to come out to the Moore County Airport to the Festival d'Avion and enjoy some aircraft, some military folks, some food and fun, and some cold beverages, and shake hands with Ron Manus over here. I can't thank the airport, Ron, and his staff enough for partnering with us and helping us get this event off the ground. No pun intended, but it's a super event, and if you come out, you're going to have some fun.
Well, right quick, give us the quick rundown again of the schedule and cost and where to get us.
So come on out and have some dinner and enjoy. And then Saturday, gates open at 9 a.m. The festival runs until 6 p.m. There's a fly out between 4 and 6 p.m. Also be food trucks and beverages available all day, and ice cream and slushies and all kind of stuff. So a fun full day. Tickets, you can if you don't want to go out and get tickets in town, festivald'avion.com. Just go online and you can purchase your tickets, or you can go to any of the 3 local Harris Teeters, and there's several other outlets. I won't run through them all. There's about 4 or 5 other ones in town. You'll see the posters up. So very easy to buy tickets. $15 still at Harris Teeter. They're $20 online, $30 the day of the event.
Okay.
So you can buy tickets on site.
And Steve, there's lots of extra other things that we haven't talked about. Fire trucks, antique automobiles, antique airplanes, lots of static displays there for the people to enjoy.
Well, great. Well, anything else we need to know I haven't asked?
Come to the Moore County Airport.
All right. Well, Ron Manus, Dave Droshak, I appreciate you coming in this morning and sharing with the community what's on tap next weekend.
Can't thank you enough for having us.
Thank you, Steve, for serving the community.
Thank you. All right, it is 43 past the hour. Little trouble still for Lori Laughlin and Felicity Huffman. They both appeared in federal court in Boston yesterday, along with about a dozen other wealthy parents caught up in the Operation Varsity Blues. Among them was Lori's husband. Neither Lori nor Felicity offered a plea yet. Lori and her husband agreed to surrender their passports, which Felicity already did when she was arrested last month. They're facing 5 years behind bars, which, let's face it, probably won't happen. But sources say that prosecutors want them to spend some time in jail, even if they make a deal. Meanwhile, the couple girls outside the courthouse brought homemade Aunt Becky masks in support of Lori, even though they both agreed that that what she did was wrong. One of them said, quote, everyone's acting so surprised. I don't know why. I mean, rich people do corrupt things. So, there's their troubles. You know, I just hope it doesn't go by the way of Jussie Smollett.
Have it all buried eventually?
Yeah, swept under the rug and done away with. This is a big deal.
Yeah, rich people and celebrities do bad things.
Yeah.
And, you know, they don't get punished for them quite often.
Well, the academic world is already under scrutiny for, with athletes and UNC with their fake courses that don't exist, but they're getting credit for it. It just diminishes whether or not a diploma is legit or not.
Right. Well, for the average individual that would do something like that, the consequences far outweigh what happens to these other people. Mm-hmm. That, hey, just because they were on television 20 years ago, or just because they're on television now, or just because they happen to hold a public office now, or in the past.
Right.
They don't ever seem to get the same kind of boot in the rear end that you or I would get.
Or they can afford this slick lawyer. They can...
Well, there is that
go
too,
use his influence or her influence to strike a plea deal.
Right.
Which isn't right either. But as we all know, there is two systems of justice in this country.
Yeah. Well, there always has been to a certain extent. But
and unfortunately, we don't get to play in that arena.
Well, and again, it's because the media, and we have a media that wants to take sides and things like that. And, a lot of stuff like this was always going on, but you never knew it. And today, all you have to do is spit on the sidewalk, and within 5 minutes, CNN is running, hey, so-and-so just spit on the sidewalk.
Yeah. Well, Britney Spears, by the way, checked herself into a facility for what a source is calling, quote, an all-encompassing wellness treatment.
Britney Spears? Oh, yeah, okay.
Her father, Jamie, suffered a life-threatening colon rupture a while back, and he's still not out of the woods. In January, she took an indefinite break from her Las Vegas show to take care of him.
Oh, okay.
The sources say, quote, her dad being sick has taken a toll on her.
Yeah.
They're so close that it has been a lot. There's nothing dramatic going on with her. She just realized she needs to make sure to take care of herself.
Yeah.
So
that'll take it out of you.
Reading between the lines, no telling.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see. It's 8:47 past the hour. Things we need to know so we don't sound stupid today. There's rumor going around that Clarence Thomas might retire from the U.S. Supreme Court this year. Justice Thomas says, not true. Some of that Anita Hill rumor crap.
Yeah, why are they picking on Thomas? Why didn't what's her name? The old Bader Ginsburg.
Oh, yeah, Bader.
Yeah, she should have retired 5 years ago.
Well, they're saying that if she waits till any time in 2020 to retire,
right? Yeah, because they'll do
the Senate can then jam it up so that nobody can get a hearing in front of the Senate before the election.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
And it's probably. That's what we did with Obama's nomination. It was dead on arrival.
Right. Well, why didn't she retire during Obama's administration? I mean, she was on her last legs then.
Well, some of them never do retire. They just die.
Yeah.
For those keeping track of Joe Biden's accusers, it's now up to 4.
Oh, there's 4.
Yeah.
Ooh.
And, special Game of Thrones Oreos will be in stores on Monday. I know you couldn't live without that. Game of Thrones resumes its final season. It starts its final season April 16th.
Oh, well, that's right, yeah.
You only waited 2 years for it, so now it's here.
Mm-hmm.
The mortgage rate dropping this past week. Refi applications were up 39%. The European Space Agency is going to release the very first picture of a black hole next week.
Okay. All right. I can release that picture right now. What, a blank piece of paper or what?
Well, they're saying that probably you'll see the nothingness of the black hole, but around it you'll see a lot of swirling light.
Yeah, okay.
As it's getting sucked in.
Yeah, like a lot of people drunk driving, etc. That's what they're seeing. Okay.
Each of Netflix plans will increase by $1 to $2 next month. It popped up on my screen last night. Do you agree? And you either clicked yes or they didn't continue. An Israeli woman suffered brain damage after living 3 straight weeks on a fruit juice diet.
Yeah, I've heard of that. I've heard people do that.
Hall of Famer manager Bobby Cox was hospitalized Tuesday after suffering a possible stroke. In case you didn't hear it, Donnie and Marie are ending their Las Vegas run after 11 years. A constitutional amendment has been introduced to abolish the Electoral College.
Of course.
Hopefully it won't see the light of day because that would pretty much make North Carolina's vote
yeah, you might as well not vote. Yeah, don't bother.
Yeah. It'll just be the top, 8
the New York,
metropolitan
Chicago,
areas.
And Los Angeles, and that's the election.
Yeah.
Yeah, with a few other, Miami, a few others thrown in.
Right.
Yeah.
Charmin is introducing forever rolls of toilet paper that hold a, quote, month's worth of TP, so you're not always changing rolls.
Okay, then...
See, let's see that in the container.
Yeah, how big a hole do you need to put in your wall to let that thing... all right, okay.
On average, well, you could always set it on the counter and not have it on the spindle.
You hang it from the ceiling, yeah.
On average, we spend $6 a week on these. This is today's impossible question.
Oh, okay.
What does the average person spend $6 a week on?
Coffee.
It's not coffee.
No? Well, okay.
Nothing consumable.
Oh, all right. Well, nothing consumable. Let me see. Pencil erasers.
Lottery tickets.
Lottery tickets, okay. Well, yeah.
From our Did You Know category, according to Reader's Digest, reading to kids at bedtime in American homes has decreased by over 80% since 1960. Why? Mom and Dad can't get off the phone. The average person goes gray 4 years sooner than compared to 40 years ago.
4 years sooner?
Mm-hmm.
Must be that global warming or something.
A poll finds 59% of Americans believe there is intelligent life in outer space, even though recent published reports indicate otherwise.
Well, I hope there is intelligent life in outer space because...
You hope there is or is not?
There is, because there's less and less of it here on Earth.
You've heard of the quantum theory.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
So your double somewhere else on another planet is sucking all your brain power out.
Right.
Recent study says that posters with abstract art and shapes can reduce work stress by 24% and anger by 21%.
Okay.
I can tell you what reduces stress: more money.
Yeah, money.
Nearly 70% of men said they wish they received more compliments from their partner. The average person experiences over 1,400 dreams each year. And a fear of being sued has led many cities to ban sledding.
Yeah. They did that up in Virginia Beach. They had this thing called Mount Trashmore, which used to be the dump. And, it would snow, and everybody would get up there and get a piece of cardboard or a sled and slide down it, and they banned that because somebody broke their leg or something.
All right. Well, let's, shoot, I didn't mean to do that. Let's do this. Let's go get some bad guys, shall we, this morning?
I'll get you, my pretty, and your little dog, too.
What we've got here is failure to communicate.
Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you?
All right, time once again to start across that floor in the style of the Duke John Wayne. Open up our closet doors, look at all 30 of our Liberty safes. Today we're going to go to Liberty safe number 3. Open it up and let the Colonel reach in and grab our weapon of choice this morning.
All right, well, let me see. We're going to give you a M1921 Thompson machine gun. Now, that's the rapid fire, 45 caliber, 1,200 rounds a minute.
Wow.
So, yeah, you're going to have to be careful.
It'll be smoking hot at the end of that.
Yeah, it's short burst.
Okay. All right, well, we'll throw it over the shoulder, pin on our badge, grab 5 cans of some super whoop ass as we now head out the door in relentless pursuit of stupid criminal news. All right, stupid criminal news number 1 this morning. I'm kind of surprised this is illegal. If you want to be this dumb, I say go for it. And let natural selection play itself out. 2 neighbors in northern Arkansas where elks showed up at a hospital on Sunday with chest pains and severe bruises. They initially lied about what happened, then came clean. Turns out one of them recently bought a bulletproof vest. So they decided to test it out by putting it on and shooting each other. And yes, to answer your question, they had been drinking. 50-year-old Charles Ferris wore it first, and his 36-year-old neighbor, Chris Hicks, shot him in the chest with a .22 caliber rifle. Luckily, the vest stopped the bullet, but then he was angry at how much it hurt. So he told Chris to put the vest on and unloaded a clip into his back. Fortunately, it stopped all the bullets, too. The best part is their cover story. Charles didn't want Chris to get in trouble, so he claimed they were paid $200 to protect a, quote, asset, like something out of a movie, and then they got into a shootout while they were guarding it. Sadly, Charles' wife blew the cover on him when she got to the hospital and explained what really happened. Now they're both facing charges for aggravated assault and up to 6 years in jail.
I mean, come on, being stupid and free isn't as much punishment as putting them in jail.
Anyway, that's your stupid criminal news for today. Wow, what dummies. All right, we're going to try to get these facts in. Not sure I can get them all in, but we'll get 1 or 2 in anyway.
And now it's time for...
Random facts.
1, 2, 3, 4.
All right, a random facts for today and maybe a spare, if we got time. A woman named Crystal Jones came up with the idea for the music group TLC, which she pitched as a girl group version of Bellevue DeVoe. That doesn't make any sense. All right. There are 5 states that don't have a single city with a population over 100,000. They are Delaware, Maine, Vermont, West Virginia, and Wyoming. California has 73 cities with a population over 100,000.
Right. So those states don't even need to vote.
That's right. They will be out of it. All right. So there you go for our Thursday edition of Mornings with the Leader Man. Until tomorrow, when we have Fun Friday or TSIF Thanksgiving Friday. Until then, be sure to support all the mom and pop businesses you hear on our airways because they are the backbone of our economy here in Moore County. Your money will stay here, roll over, and create jobs. And don't forget millions of Americans. They have fought and they have died to give and protect the freedoms that you get to enjoy today. Live today worthy of their and their family's sacrifice. I'm Steve Leader Adams and the Leader Man and Nick and Colt the Dog. We'll all see you this afternoon at the dog park.